Ba-da-ba. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, chat. Hopefully, audio probably sounds better. It might be too loud. You guys might have to let me know. I was trying to figure out why my sound was so quiet last night. I couldn't figure it out, so I went in and started messing around with settings. So I have them right now. I'm assuming it's good, but it might be too loud. So if it's too loud, feel free to let me know. I ain't transitioning. What you talking about? That's good. Right on. What's going on, Cross? How you doing? We're helping people level. Apparently, we've been told that Mad Moor is a really good place to level. More so than Smoldering Trenches. I don't know how exact that is, but I guess we're about to find out. Just chilling right now? Right on. We're not doing much here. I don't need XP. I don't need anything that drops. We're just helping out guildies. We're trying to get one of our guildies to 50 before the reset. Yo, somebody heal my ass. Where you going? Hey, I fell that distance and didn't die. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I probably would have screwed that up. That probably would have killed me. Yeah, when I did the jump off the top, I had that bug with the jump where you jump straight up and then straight down. You don't actually jump forward. So I ended up hitting just before the water. This is the Madmire here. Yeah. So smoldering. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty... You can clear a zone end to end in about 2.5 minutes. We're gonna be moving. Crawling. Crawl, yeah. We're gonna be shuffling without shuffling. Oh, I can't go anywheres. That was horrible. That was horrible. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Yeah, but did you have a paladin? How were they able to hold aggro on 4 mobs on a pull? But does the damage equate to threat as well? Like, what happens if a spell goes off and hits the non-main target? Okay. That would be it. Yeah, so we were dabbling with some mic settings. The audio setup that I have that my mic plugs into has a built-in interface where I can go in and modify the microphone before it hits the PC. So I went in and turned up the levels on the mic for the first time. I've never used it before, but I was puzzled all day as to why I sounded quiet last night, because everything, including my Windows volume, was all the same as it's been for the last 2 years, 3 years. But people kept saying I was too quiet, so I couldn't figure it out. I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. I mean, maybe they had me turned down. I don't know. But there was nothing different from yesterday from the last 2 years. Nothing. Now it's different. I can wait. Collins is AFK for a minute. Yeah, I can drop for your druid. You want to do it that way and then just summon me or res me over. I think if there's another playtest for Monsters and Memories, I think we might revisit it again. I think. Oh, it's a good question. Because they'd all be hitting me. Probably Brace of Claws. Because it would have a chance to trigger on every mob that hit me if I had 2 or 3 wailing on me rather than waiting for a chance to proc the AoE. Oh, then I shouldn't have. Yeah. Okay, so if I was holding down multiple mobs, Brace of Claws would be better. But if I'm not worried about multiple mobs, the two-hander is better. Yes, 1000%. I didn't think it was a thing until the update. Could be. I know the summoner's going to be able. I think the summoner summons a relic when the summoner update comes in. That's the floating thing we were talking about yesterday. Oh, and for the EQ heads, not EQ2, but EQ heads, the Eye of Zom has made a return. For those who don't know an EQ, the Eye of Zom was a mage spell that was an eyeball, and you could send it out and scout like the ranger pets in Pantheon, or the ranger scouts. So. That's fine, just have Collins drop and reinvite Collins. Whoever's not showing should drop and get reinvited. We're waiting for a res chat. They wanted to get a druid in to send them over there, so they got the druid going over to do the reses, and then I'll just get resed over. I'll start running towards the druid ring just in case. Oh, right. Look at that, man. I said this yesterday, but like just the fact that you can see all of that in the distance, the haze, like almost like a photo, like it's crystal clear here, but then the further out you go, the fuzzier it is. Did you have enough hit points? Is that the new NPC camp location? What are the odds? What are the odds we land in the water? I think I'm gonna hit that. Yeah, I think this is not the right place to try that. I'm gonna hit that too. I did. If you're not casting, it's still broken. Still can't res out of zone. That's annoying. They broke it in a patch. You think they could have fixed it in a patch. Like, look at that haze. That's such a cool effect. They're in combat chat, so we're still waiting for them. They got to port over. That effect is interesting. That is down here. Is that their version of fog? Or does smolder spread through the zone now? Okay, I'll make my way to the lift. I'm ready. EQ2 had a pretty nice twist on ports back in the day. You could have them summon or attempt a port, and they would put a portal that opened up, and it would have an image of that zone, and then anybody in the area could click on it and port through. Yeah. Excuse me. I'm good. I'm good. I'm rezzed. I'm here. No worries. Yeah, I was in Viz. I want a whole armor set with that appearance though, man. Oh. Hey Mulgar, what's going on? Did these ever get a loot table? As far as I can tell, no. People are looting runes, like the damaged runes for crafting, and that's it. At least from what I'm seeing. That explosion is my sword. Right there. Did I get a new piece of armor? I don't know. The last thing I got were the boots. That was last week. Nothing since then. He's probably dealing with his own chi storm at the moment. Hey Jelu, what's happening? What are your thoughts about professions? Best gear comes from there. So when they redo crafting, crafting is going to be a phenomenal method to get you gear to be able to get to the good stuff. I don't think the best stuff is going to come from crafting. The best stuff is going to come from raiding and killing difficult targets. Also, they're doing something a little different than what other MMORPGs are doing. They're spreading key pieces of gear all over the world. So you're going to have to travel. You might find your best legs at level 50 off of a trash mob somewheres. You have no idea. They're not going to tie everything to names specifically. A lot of the gear that Krushnek has gotten didn't come off of names, they came from trash mobs. And they're doing that on purpose because they want to get away from people making a checklist of things to camp and then go and specifically camp that. They want you to crawl through all the content and get your gear as you're crawling. So as far as how I feel about quality of gear, in a game like this, the best gear should always come from raid bosses. Always. Not group dungeons, not group content, not trash mobs. Should always come from raid. There should always be that white knuckle, cold sweat feeling that you tackled the hardest content in the game and you got rewarded for it, right? One thing you don't want to do is get to level 50, go do a raid, kill a raid mob, and whenever the raid mob drops, you're wearing better already. That makes no sense. That implodes reality for an MMORPG. Yeah, but this game, this crafting system, they need to modify the recipes, but they don't need to overhaul the crafting mechanics. They would have to overhaul the crafting mechanics in order to implement something that the player could put in as a special item. Yeah, I haven't been here since February of 2024. That's when Vanguard came here We ran this during the day and then went over to the graveyard at night and just did it nonstop for hours, and it was the most awful. It was way awful than smoldering. Way awful. You had to coordinate teleports, you had to make sure you had a wizard, it was a whole thing. We had guildies getting to level 33 in 2 days. They had it all figured out from seasons. They knew I mean, I'm not going to say they were no-lifers. Oh, that's 6, 7. I gotta back up. Keep me healed so I can swing. I didn't either. Wow, we just killed a named over here that dropped a bag of scraps. Hey Briar, what's going on? I need a Spear of Endless Frost. I've killed War Chief 20 plus times. Guess the drop wasn't standardized. Really? You've killed him 20 times and you haven't gotten the spear? Yeah, he's still dropping nothing. He just dropped a bag of scraps. I love rare drops. Glowing Black Silk Sash and Guck, yeah. That's why I don't like free trade servers. I can't stand free trade servers. You guys might love them, I can't stand them. There's no reward for me on a free trade server. It's like, hey, does anybody have insert any piece of gear here? And someone's got it to trade. Like, I've never been down with free trade stuff. I bring that up because a lot of times when we're talking about loot and whatnot in MMOs, people mention free trade servers or free trade rules. I can't stand them. Yeah, anything you get to drop, you should feel like you got it as a reward for completing the fight. Not just as a, meh, we'll just add it to the stack and then try and sell it later. I don't understand that mentality. I don't. Like, you really haven't found a game that you love if that's your mentality. And I don't mean offense, but that's true. Like, it shouldn't be in everybody gets every piece of gear. But whenever someone mentions, oh, there should be like a free trade server where everything drops and is lootable, because I promise you, once they put in the no drop stuff and once all the good stuff is, you have to be there to loot it, I promise you, Discord threads are going to be started all over the place. Oh, it'd be pretty cool if they booted up a server that did free trade, and then what's going to happen is VR will probably start a server that's free trade. I probably don't want to group with those people anyhow, now that I think about it, so that might be a good idea. Early EQ was the best before allies, when you had to run around and and figure stuff out. Yeah, but then SOE devs ended up in guilds like Fires of Heaven and Afterlife and pretty much told them how to do whatever they were doing. Because, I mean, if they hadn't have done that, nobody would have been able to figure that stuff out. Imagine trying to figure out an epic quest for somebody if nobody knew the first step. Or even the second step. That's what happened. GMs and devs ended up on Fires of Heaven and Afterlife, and they would just help them get the items, and then somebody made notes. What about blame the healer? There you go. Okay. Gotcha, sir. Huh? What? Wait, what are you talking about? Guess you're not fond of the auction house? Yeah, probably not. Well, I mean, the auction house is fine if all the good stuff is not tradable. Yes. But if all the stuff is if all the stuff is auction houseable, then no, I'm going to despise it. It's going to be the worst thing about the game. So if they do an auction house where you can put crafting stuff up and trash drop stuff, cool. But if you're going to be able to run like Enclave, kill names, grab that stuff and put it up for sale, not a fan. Not a fan. I am not and do not like it one bit. There should be no automated selling or buying at all. Local selling is the very best. It creates sub-community. Yeah. It's social, man. If players can just run out, farm a bunch of stuff, throw it up in the market and log out, that's not social. That's not social at all. Social is being there, advertising your wares, and then competing with other players real time. It's time consuming, but that's the point. The point is that it's supposed to be time consuming. This game is not drop in, drop out. That's not how this game is supposed to be designed. When you put in automated systems, that turns the game into drop in, drop out. EQ didn't have it until the Bazaar came in 4 expansions later. EQ had the East Common Lands Tunnel, where hundreds of players would pile in and try and sell their wares for years until the Bazaar came in. In Ultima Online, I had a vendor that had the very best archery equipment in the thousands, priced higher than anyone else. Entire guilds could buy 3k arrows. By the next morning, I had more. Yeah. It was great in EQ2 for anybody who did trade skilling. Well, actually, EQ1 as well. Excuse me. Hey, Endine. Many of the classic MMOs had auction houses from the start. I don't think anyone would argue they weren't social. There's a lot that feeds into an auction house. Yeah, but in a game like New World, for example, you run up, you interact with your merchant, you upload your stuff, you set prices, and then you leave. You don't have to talk to anybody. At all. For any amount of time. And then a player can just run up to the market, browse everything, look what they're trying to get what they're looking for, and then leave. Like, none of that is social. Nobody will start, people won't OOC looking to buy, want to trade, does anybody have, that'll all be gone. So that's all social that will disappear because all people will have to do is run to an NPC and shop. If that's what they entail for the game. That's not social. New World is the worst case for something like that because nobody was social in New World except for people yelling in zone chat or region chat for everybody to meet up at a certain chest location and then start doing chest runs. Outside of that, nobody talked to anybody. And I'm sure it wasn't the only game. Final Fantasy XIV, same thing. Final Fantasy XIV, it's, you know, pretty much automated and there's no socialing. Or socializing, I should say. It's definitely an issue. It's definitely a problem. Like when you talk about social business, that's why Amazon is putting everybody out of order. It's why or out of business. It's why all your mom and pop shops are closing shop. You don't talk to anybody at Amazon. You go to a website, you browse, you get what you're looking for, and you have it delivered to your house. You never have to talk to anybody. There's no going to your local bakery, your local laundromat, your local electronics store. That's all gone now. So that's socializing destroyed, just removed, disappeared. When you advertise a social MMORPG, every aspect of it needs to be social. Whether it's PvP, raiding, grouping, soloing, duoing, trioing, crafting, commercing, or businessing. Really? Holy cow. This is a very cool looking place, man. I forgot what this looked like. Yeah, the sword proc quite a few times on this one. Sorry, chat, the polls are getting a little frantic here. We've just beaten our all-time XP per second, whatever. Nope. I never bothered to go over back in the day and camp one. I was like, I don't need it. Excuse me. Well, sir. Yeah, it was like with the only thing about the auction house, I mean, we are in 2026, and of course, every other game out there in the last 10 years hasn't really used the player-based commerce, I guess you could say. I feel like if they do anything like an auction house, like, only certain things should be available at the auction house, like a grocery store. You know, you go to a grocery store, you're not necessarily going to get a big screen TV or a computer. So if the auction house comes out and it allows you to, like, sell trade skilled wares, provisioning, armor, all the trade skills, and then maybe some what would be considered regular gear and loot that drops out in the world. But as far as name stuff and raid stuff and whatnot, I think their plan is to have, you know, no drop or, you know, bind on equip or whatnot. I just don't want to, I wouldn't want to see that on an auction house. That's all. You know, and I get it. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen with the auction house. But my thing is, you need to feel rewarded. It's like I said earlier, you need that cold sweat, white knuckle feeling that Cindercleave dropped on Tel Daedris and you were there for it, and the only people that could get Cindercleave are the people that are there. Instead of, oh, we killed Tel Daedris, nobody needs Cindercleave, we'll roll it off, put it up on the guild merchant and let's have somebody buy it off. Like, yeah. But again, maybe I'm the minority in that situation. I don't know. I don't want to see the good stuff on an auction house. That's all. But that's just me. Maybe I'm just too much in the past. That could be it. I need to smarten up and get in the present. The sword, yeah, the sword I have is Cindercleave Nup. Strongest weapon in the game, I believe, right now. Drops off of Tel Daedris. I really love the look of it. Oh, yikes. That's a lot. You better hope I proc a lot, and you guys better heal me. I love watching this sword proc, man. I've never come out here for... Dude, this is nuts. This is absolutely crazy. Look at the procking, man. See all those explosions? Are you serious? Oh, care went down. Boo. Man, that's nuts. That's cool. One of our people out here, Chad, at level 49, just got 30% of a level. and we've only been out here maybe an hour? I'm using it every time it's up. I only have it on here because of Cinder Cleave. If I switch to any other weapon, Cleave is gone. And then 12 come around the corner. In reality, we have what's known as the Baker's Dozen. In this game, we have Cares 2. Cares Couple. Kermit wanted to say hi. Might be neat to see a city-based auction house where the taxes funded some type of buff. Cinder Cleave had to be there, exactly. If I see Cinder Cleave on an auction house, I'm done. Anybody in chat happen to know what level Joppa's tunes are? I wonder if we could ever convince him after a stream or in the evening to tag along with us. I know he groups every now and then, and it definitely turns into something, but we'd actually be able to run him through some stuff, and he, you know, it's not like he'd have to do a whole lot. So he could still talk to a stream or be offline or what have you. I think that'd be cool, right? I think he's got tunes in the 20s, right? Excuse me. You can even make a board to see who's selling what and talk to him to buy it. Doesn't need to be automated. But in these days, you absolutely need a kind of auction house. I mean, you got to remember, these guys are trying to take us back to the olden days, right? That this is not a reinventing of the wheel. This is going back to what people used to do, not what people have done like the last 10 years. So even though all the other games out there have had auction houses in them of some sort, that's not to say that's what these guys are aiming towards. Now I know if he gets enough attention on it, I'm sure they'll end up putting it in. But you gotta remember, they want people to do... They want different. They don't want this day or these days. We've had enough of these days. We need something different. And their plan on doing something different is taking it... What was I saying? I wasn't even listening. My group just yapped at me. And I wasn't listening. Or I lost my train of thought. Anyhow, it's supposed to be a new twist on old school gaming. In old school, nothing was automated. I've never needed an auction house. I have no use for an auction house. Not at all. I've never had to go to somebody for gear. Now, you can sit there and go, well, that's you. Yeah, but I've been playing this game. I've been playing this game as it's intended. As far as an auction house goes, I'll never need one. I'll never need one because I make friends to go out and run dungeons and do stuff and jump in on people's raids and so on and so... Like, I socialize. That's what you're supposed to do in a social MMORPG, which is why I'm still... I'm nowhere near close to saying, yes, we need an auction house. Right now, it's no, we don't. Or at least I don't. I've never needed an auction house. And I'm best in slot, mostly. And I've never needed an auction house. Everything came from me being social. And all the people I run with are social. They're yapping. The whole time I'm talking to you, they're all yapping to each other. That's a good question. Even I don't know. Look at the sword explosions, man. Like every third swing. Boom, there it goes again. Boom, there it goes again. There it goes again. I guess we need to think what a new twist for large-scale trading in an old-school environment. Yeah. I mean, in EQ1, you had to leave your character connected to the game, right? Whether you were in the tunnel or in the bazaar, you had to be connected. And even when the bazaar came in, you didn't have the offline mode until after the bazaar had been out for a while. Having players to need to be in-game would also help control population, because it would show higher population than normal to those looking for a server to jump in on, but also if a person set themselves up when AFK and got disconnected, it frees up a spot for someone else to connect to. So if you wanted to do it without any sort of automation, you could set your character up. They could have in the towns, they could have like a building or an area where you could like /sell or /stall or /merchant, and that would automatically turn your character into a non-movable NPC that you could price their inventory or whatnot, just like the way EQ did it. And that way you wouldn't be able to pack your auction house and then run back out into the field again. You'd have to make a decision. Do I sell or do I game? I could see that. I could get behind that. I can't get behind automation. and have it so that you wouldn't have your normal inventory spots available to sell. Have it so that you could set aside 1 bag, 2 bags, something. Flag them as merchants. Flag them as stalls or merchant bags. You don't want to have all your bags available to, because that's not fair. That's just dumb. So limit it to like 2 bags. Or have specific bags that you would buy off the merchant, and then put them on your character, and then when you're not selling, go to the bank and drop them off at the bank. That too, I could see. Again, it's just the automation I wouldn't want to see. I don't know. I mean, someone can sit there and go, yeah, but you don't have to use them. They could still put them in. I understand and I get it, but I'm not gonna, like, that's not gonna be a selling point for me to talk to somebody about. That'll be a negative for me. I have no interest in an automated auction house. Every time you start responding to messages, it goes on an it goes on an ad break. Maybe I have it planned that way. He. No, I'm just kidding. Mulger. What emote is that now? That's large and in charge. That's gotta be the largest emote I've seen, I think. Yeah, have a good night. Yay! Dude, that one's cool. I like that one. Okay, man, I'll remind them. Seers die. That would be the first thing. Second thing would be not having enough knowledge to know when to socket out your abilities based on what you're fighting. Alongside of that, not having the appropriate or proper gear with you in order to do content easier or make it easier for your group. Those are the three I can think of right now. I mean, those are what I think are the biggest mistakes, and I can say that because I've seen it happen. When I'm in a group with someone else who's a tank, and I go DPS or I opt not to tank, I can see what people do. I can see what people are wearing. So those are the top three things that I think are mistakes tanks make. I mean, the most important would be paying attention to your class. That's the most important. When I say that, I mean as you're leveling, you have to pay attention to, okay, do I need more intelligence now for the skills I'm using? Do I need more stamina? Can I go without it? Can I go with it? What gear do I have in the bank? Have I spoken to a jewel crafter? Do I have resist jewelry? Am I geared to go do this content and soak up as much damage as possible to make it easier for the healers so we can kill faster and have no downtime? All those decisions a tank has to take into consideration. And then when you're in combat like this, a lot of tanks are just focused on what they're fighting. Myself personally, I'm paying attention to everything. I'm paying attention to those corpses over there. I'm paying attention to this here. I'm paying attention to these roamers. I'm paying attention to where my group is, because members of my group tend to have a mind of their own at times. A lot of tanks don't pay attention to any of that. That's another mistake. It's not just a matter of focusing on what you're supposed to be tanking. It's a matter of you're the tank, so make sure everybody's looked after. Also, making executive decisions. What mobs are more important than others? Who can you sacrifice if you need to? If you need the extra 3 or 4 seconds to pick something up or to establish hate. I've had to make those decisions. I've had to let somebody die on purpose so that I could salvage the group. That's had to happen. I would rather one person die than a wipe. Excuse me. Excuse me. Well, sir, man, I think this cough is with me for life. I need to go to a doctor. They're probably gonna put me on some kind of friggin' puffer. It's about 30 minutes. They were saying if the group had ended by then, but the group hasn't ended. I don't think so. I'm not sure if they're going to be free. The more important part right now is to help Vol get his level. Hey, Beck. Thanks for resubbing, man. Tier 1. 18 months. That's a long time, man. Yeah, for sure, Briar, for sure. If it wasn't for the fact that Vol really wants to get 50 on this tune, we'd be there. It's also pretty damn funny. I can't let it come out all the time because then it would be funny. I don't even know what you guys were talking about. I was talking to the stream. That's not gonna do it. That's like the dumbest thing you could have said. Yeah, no. You don't use puns. I don't recall last time you used puns. When was the last time you used puns? I just mean you're normally, like, when we're laughing at you, I mean with you, it's normally because you do something else besides pun stuff. My family is not punny. Never noticed those boots before. These here? Yeah, these are from the Wild Mound Cradle. These are from the Wild Bloods. Very, very tribal appearance. You might see players, Dire Lords, running around with blue glowing shoulders. It's the same theme. Same theme as those feet. Yeah, things are always bigger on an ogre. Oh my goodness, what is this? I had so much aggro. There's like 10 there. We were not gonna surprise that. Biggest mistakes I see tanks make: not trusting group members, like attacking everything and not rushing. Yeah, that's true. Do you know if how looting works will get a rework? I do believe they're going to put a need before greed system in, yes. They just haven't gotten around to it as of yet. It may very well be part of the summer update. I think there is some UI stuff coming for the summer update. I think they said that. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I heard them say that. Heard Joppa say that anyhow. Getting fixated on a specific target and not switching when needed. Yep. Heavy chitin boots. Heavy plate, 38 armor, 5 stamina, 4. I don't like the AC, but the stamina con. 5 stamina, 4 con? What do we have right now? 35. 3 stamina, 3 strength, 3 con. Plus 27 to dodge is nice. Not evaluating the incoming pull, grabbing the first mob. Yeah. I always look for like mobs that have iron will. That's true, Vec, but we thought we were only going to have him 30% in by the end of the night, and he was 30% in before we got past the first hour. So I think we should be able to get him quite a bit of XP, I think. I think we're going to get him more XP over there than we have been at Smoldering. Smoldering has typically been 30% a night. Over here, it seems like it's... How much XP have you gotten so far, Vol? Including the death, because you had 30 like 20 minutes ago, or half hour ago, or what have you. So then add 5. So you've probably gotten over 40% of level 49, and we still got we still got time to go. Yeah, that's crazy. Over 40% in an hour and a half. At 49. Now mind you, we have the bonus XP, right? It's the bonus XP on the server, but the fact that we can get 40-something% in less than 2 hours at 49, dude, there's no reason anybody can't get attuned to 50 before the server reset. No reason at all. The run I did to the spider cave, first time I noticed there's no tell to what drops if the one who did it doesn't say what dropped. Yeah. You're at 155 hours in Forbidden. Wow, man. That's crazy. 100. That's when you know a game is worth its money. 155 hours. Oh, wait a minute. We had a Reser live? Oh, man, I'm all the way over in Sky Durban. I died and released. We've it's only bugged sometimes? Interesting. Good. Apparently the cross-zone res is only bugged some of the time. No, I'm on a load screen. Landrum picked me up and already ported. I'm in zone. Yeah, Vec. Yeah, I'm not. We're not talking about it on stream just yet until something court type comes out, because I don't want to assume. But yeah, it's not good. It's not good. Yeah. It's yeah. Very poor situation. If it's true, I don't know why it wouldn't be true, but if it's true, that's a dude. That's a bad situation. Dude, this week's episode was, oh my god. I understand the internet's all in love and up in hype about the episode, but I watched the episode, dude. That's the best episode of TV I've seen in a long time. Like they did that fight right. Like it was sluggish and drawn out, and like, dude, there was no finesse about it. Yeah, that was fantastic. Absolutely loved the episode. If by mez you mean mesmerized by Krushnek's dashing looks, then you would be correct. Seeing it from behind the visor and through the... Yeah, dude. Dude, yeah, it was just... Dude, it was... I was glued. I was legitimately glued. Like, I wasn't paying attention to anything else. I went into that episode. Like, man, it was so good. Excuse me. You know what's interesting? I saw a social media clip from back in, I want to say 2021. It was an interview with, nope. It adds the snare, but it doesn't do anything for hate. The DPS, the melee DPS and the taunt one do. I have the banner up, but it's behind us out of range. I forget what I was saying. I was going to say something. Oh. I only got one taunt, people. I've just taunted like 4 times off you guys. Nobody's dead, so you're welcome. If I die, screw you all. Yeah, but right then and there, I saved all your lives. I wish I could say that about my sanity. Again, sanity. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So George R.R. Martin was being interviewed, and this is what he said. Now you got to keep in mind, we didn't have Night of the Seven Kingdoms on as a TV, but he was asked what he thought the most severe pivotal moment in Game of Thrones was the biggest, and he said the incident with Baelor, which I thought was phenomenal. And that was 4 years ago. It's more XP than you would have gotten at Smoldering. We've already been questioning your sanity after you said Krushnek looked dashing. You're right. Would you rather they release each zone in Rainfall one at a time or keep them all unreleased until it's complete? Good question. I mean, I think it would be too much of a headache for them to hold off on bringing the whole thing in. I would like to see the entire continent come in at the same time. However, the main 3 or 4 zones, yes, which I think is what they're going to do, and then add on whatever's missing, like they did with King's Reach here. You know, we only got a handful of the zones, and then over time they gradually started adding the additional zones. I could see that. I know they're going to bring Rainfall in and work on it, and we're not going to have access to it. I think they had already said that. Their plan was to get Rainfall into the game so that they could work on it, but we weren't going to have access to it right away. I think that's what they said. So if they plan on bringing Rainfall into the game and then working on a handful of the zones, I'm all for it. All they got to do is let us know that it's in game and show me something to prove it, and I'll be happy. Like proof of life. I got tricked into my first drinking game a long time ago, and it was the Steven Seagal drinking game. And for those who don't know it, the very first step of the game, every scene where Steven Seagal is dressed in all black, take a drink. It was a really rough night. I mean, it was a horrible night, and I was in the bathroom for a long time. Yeah, they do. This is a strange place. What is this area? This is called the Mad Mire, or the Mad Moors. This is in Wild's End. It's a level 40 plus area. You don't remember playing? I don't remember playing what, Briar? Oh, what was I saying? Do you know the largest creatures in the game? Right now, the largest creatures in the game would be the dragons. The largest creatures that are going to be in the game are giants. They're on Rainfall. Oh, yeah. So, I remember the start of the evening. We were watching... What were we watching? I think we were watching Marked for Death, and then we were watching Under Siege, I believe, afterwards. And, I remember, like, the first... We might have been first 35 minutes? And that was... When did we start the game? I want to say we started probably around 8:30 p.m. It was during a house party. There were, like, a bunch of people there. But I don't remember anything after like 10. And then I remember waking up in the morning and I was on my buddy's living room couch, piled on top of 2 other people, and no idea why we were there. Yeah, Rainfall is the second continent, Eco. Rainfall is the next continent that's going to be coming into the game. It's where the giants live. Or it's where the giants are. No, that won't be for a while. I'm thinking we'll see giants later in the year. I'd say the fall. Quite possibly. It really depends on how much we get with the spring update. But if you run through Wild's End, you'll see there are a lot of large structures, specifically bridges. They were built by giants when giants came here from Rainfall. But they were defeated and run off back to Rainfall, where they reside. If memory serves correctly, yeah. Flutter. You checked out Pantheon today and it looks nice. A lot has changed. You don't play currently, Echo? These are the rejects. This is where they were exiled to. Power corrupts, man. You're looking for reasons to play? That's nuts. We spend 3.5 at Smoldering and walk out with 30. You're thinking of playing even if there's a character wipe? So, I'll tell you this, Eco, and this goes for everybody else that watches this. If watching me run the game doesn't convince you to play the game, nothing else is going to convince you to play the game. So don't play the game and play something else until we get further into development. This is about as exciting as the gameplay gets. So if this isn't moving you, then nothing is going to make you want to play this game. Period. I mean, we are at high-level functioning players in this game. I understand the gameplay. This is similar to EverQuest, which is it's not similar in my opinion. Yeah, Cross has a point. This is not EQ playstyle. EQ playstyle is crawl, find a spot, park yourself, and pull. This is a lot more hectic than EQ. And it's a lot more dangerous than WoW. Hands down, 1000%. But that's what makes the game so good. But yeah, this is way more active than EQ and WoW. What you mean, most of the time I've come in, you guys are pulling to one spot. Only if we're in the trenches. Like, we've been running all through here tonight. This has been this is the best experience we've ever gotten. Our XP is nuts. One of our group members has gotten over 75% of a level, and we've only been here 2 hours. This is ridiculous. This is way better than Smoldering. Way better. Oh. It's gonna happen. My health went down too fast. Used to be more fun when you could interact with other people's abilities. Things you would combo off of. Yeah, Cross. I mean, yeah, it's... Whatever. I've said it from the beginning. It was much more technical and trickier, you know, 10 months ago. Okay, Eco, have a good night. Hey, Necro, what's going on? Played around with the Pally today. I'm not a Pally guy. Damn, the self-healing on the Macra. Yeah, Paladins are ridiculous, yes. Paladins are ridiculous. They're trying to salvage this. Man, this has been hectic out here, man. This is fantastic. Yes, Audi. I mean, well, I was gonna say I'm excited for it. I need to get into it first. I need it to happen. I need to log in. I need to group up. I need to start running it, and then I'll have a better idea of what they're looking at. I've never had a problem with this setup. I've been okay. We've all been okay with the Chevron setup. We've never had an issue with it. It's perfect and works exactly as it's supposed to. This new setup, I'm not sure how this is going to go. We'll see. My concern is, if you've been watching us tonight, this has been hectic. This has been wild tonight. If this doesn't happen after the spring update, and we end up being more chill with running content, I'm gonna have a problem. I'm not gonna be keen on it. I'm not. If it makes it more accessible to people, I'm not gonna like it. This game's supposed to be challenging. This game was fantastically challenging like 10 months ago. How many hours am I into Pantheon? Oh God, Rosic, I don't even know. I mean, pretty near 3 years, almost every day. I can't, I couldn't even begin to tell you, man. But we have to get into this new unified system and see what it's about. I mean, Joppa talks about it like it's, you know, the true big thing coming to the game that should be in the game, but we'll see. The people that I run with and myself, we don't run at the same level as everybody else. Even Joppa himself has said I'm a high level. So, you know, if the spring update hits and we end up slowing down, yeah, I'm not going to be keen on it. I love this game the way it is right now. I love how challenging this game is. You guys might not like it. I love it. I eat, breathe, and sleep this game the way it is now. If you're not paying attention and the mobs smack the crap out of you and you die horribly at the bottom of a dungeon, that's your own fault. That's how we do. This new system, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. I refuse to get excited about it. Well, that's not what I wanted. I used to really like this game, but it's getting weird to me. I'll just wait for Eminem or Andrew. What do you mean, Cross? How's it getting weird? Died 2 times. I own and played Stellaris too. Imagine that. We all had Stellaris. That's crazy. It's an X4 game, Relic. It's like explore exchange. It's like a space thing. You take over planets and systems, and you can set up maps kind of like Warcraft and Starcraft, where you have X number of other factions and you have to uncover them and try and be friends with them or be enemies with them and colonize planets and grow your forces and work out alliances and do research and trade research with other factions and so on and so forth. It's a whole thing. Oh, Subnautica. Yeah. Subnautica's scary, man. Subnautica will get, dude. Like that. What they want for this game is what's in Subnautica for their water content. So when you see the murkiness of this game, watch a video on Subnautica when someone's deep into the planet, and that's what they're aiming for. That shit's scary. You don't have weapons in Subnautica. You're exploring, so you got to pay attention to sounds, and you got to pay attention to visual effects, because if you get in the wrong area with the wrong creatures, you're in trouble. So it's kind of like one of those things where you start playing and then you crouch over your keyboard and you're frantically squinting. You're trying to analyze everything in front of you to know what to do next. Dude, Subnautica's crazy. Yes. Now, so you make the knife, but the knife is used for harvesting initially. You're not really supposed to get out and hit stuff with it, but I didn't care. I got out and just started whacking all the bait. Like, yeah, I just started being silly. And then later on in the playthrough, you end up finding a way to energize or power up the knife so that it heats up, so that when you go out and collect fish for food, you automatically cook it as you hit it, rather than have to worry about going back to your base. Subnautica's fantastic. It's like $9 or something, or $8. So if you haven't played it and you want to take a look at it, I highly recommend. Subnautica is friggin' phenomenal. You were thinking job, right? Yeah. The way you level skills in M&M is terrible. They need to scrap it. Paying for levels without actually doing the skills is just bad. Well, that's how EverQuest did it, Rosic. EverQuest was just like that. You would go to your trainer, or go to a trainer, use 1 copper just to unlock the first point, and then go out and start leveling it up. But over time, as you made more money, you would come back and just pay your trainer more to go up in points. But you didn't have to. You only need to spend 1 copper for the first point. Then you can go out and level it up yourself. That's exactly how EverQuest did it. It does. It goes up a lot, and you can only go so far. In EQ, you can only go to like level 10 on a skill, and then it shut off. I think in monsters it's the same thing, but you might be able to go higher than 10, or maybe it was 25. I can't remember. There was some number where it cut off. Yeah. That sounds right. Too bad they took the dark and mystery from this game. It was a wicked fit. Yes, darkness needs to come back, man. Wait, I was tuned out. Did you reply to my question? Remy, I didn't see it. Hang on a second now. Oh, hang on now. I'm getting back into Pantheon lately, and I started a new character as a warrior level 20 now, and I can frankly say the warrior is very underwhelming. I'm the only one feeling that. When Pally and Direlord outclass me as a tank, it just feels like... So... The classes in this game come down to the driver, not the vehicle. The warrior to me, and my viewers here will second this, the warrior to me is arguably the greatest class in the game. It is the hardest one to get under your belt, but once you understand how the warrior is done, and you go out and do the work, put the work in and get the gear and so on, the warrior is a whole lot of fun. I can tank and kill everything in the game. The only thing I can't do is hold aggro over a paladin or direlord. Now, that's not the finished product. That's been known for a very long time, so it needs to be worked out. Right now, a warrior can't tank a raid target with any paladin or direlord there because they're going to go ahead and rip aggro off the warrior. Now, the paladin and direlord will also rip aggro off each other. I've seen it happen. It was actually pretty funny because they get into arguments over it. But the warrior is fantastic. The warrior is absolutely amazing. Just ask my chat. I've had 8 warriors over 3 years. I have 2 level 50 warriors right now on this account. I have a 23 warrior. I'm Mr. Warrior as far as I'm concerned. I've done ridiculous things, amazing things, hilarious things, horrendous things, but the warrior's fantastic. I had a bunch of people months ago complaining all over the Warrior Discord and on Joppa streams about how the Warrior couldn't solo, and the Warrior had nothing to do from levels 1 to 30. So I rolled a new Warrior and soloed all the way to 23 so far. Now I can take him higher. Warrior solo's fine, you just have to pay attention to what you're doing. It's what I said before. It's the driver, not the vehicle. But the warrior might not be your class, right? What do you find fulfilling as a warrior? That I can destroy everything. I'm running this group. Like, yeah, I can destroy everything. I'm holding the strongest weapon in the game. I'm arguably almost best in slot and everything. Like, I'm good. I'm probably the best geared warrior in the game right now. And again, I need you to listen. This goes to everybody. I'm 8 warriors in. 8 warriors. How many of the same class have you guys had in any game? Right? I'm 8 warriors in. If that doesn't tell you how much I'm into the warrior, I don't have anything else to tell you. I mean, we got all the best weapons, best gear, best shields, we got resist jewelry. Like, I'm geared. I'm good for everything in this game. I log in my tune and most of the server knows who I am. I've run with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of players over the past 2+ years, almost 3 years. I've run all different class combinations. We've killed everything in the game. So what's the strongest tank in the game until level 20? All 3 of them are... Okay, so here's the long and short of it. What I recommend people to do, if you want to get in with the tanking, the first one you start with is the Paladin. Once you've got the basics of tanking down with the Paladin, you move to the Direlord. The Direlord can be a bit more tricky up until level 20, but after level 18, so keep this in mind, after level 18, all the classes come into their own. So if you've been playing a character and you haven't gotten to level 18 yet, and you stopped playing that character, you ripped yourself off. You need to take all the characters to 18, because by 18, you earn or learn some unique ability for the class that will stand out from everything else you've done by 18. All you gotta do is listen to me. I've said it for the last 2 years. I've always been right about it. But as far as the strongest tank, it's how you play. Like I just said, I soloed a warrior to 23. I have no hand-me-downs. I have twinked none of my characters. Everything all of my warriors are wearing, I killed and put on. So. And I could keep soloing if I wanted to from 23 up. It's just everybody always wants one of my other tunes. So we haven't been on Little Krushnek in a while. But if you're looking to learn tanking, it's Paladin, Dire Lord, Warrior. Warrior is the most challenging. But once you figure it out, you're me. And I'll tell you this, before you guys sit back in your chair and laugh and make some snide comment to yourself, go to YouTube, search for @Krushnek, and watch over 400 videos of me being me. The Warrior's phenomenal. My entire playthrough from Early Access is up there. I'm the only person on the internet that has it. Everything I say is fact. None of this is blowing smoke, because you can go over there and see it for yourself. So, all I gotta take from you guys is your word, which is a bunch of text. You guys can actually see me do the stuff over there. Really? That's pretty awesome. But yeah, if you want to learn to tank, Paladin, Dire Lord, Warrior, in that order. If you think you're hot stuff, stick with the Warrior. Hey, Developer Dad. Genuine question. Once your tank has reached that level where there's nothing left to kill and that you're best in slot, how are you still enjoying playing regularly? Because I'm hanging out with people. This is a social MMORPG. Everybody in the group right now has been yapping. The whole time I've been yapping to you guys, they've all been yapping to each other. These are all people that don't know each other in real life. These are people from different guilds that all met up together to hang out and chill. I'm a social person. I just explained this evening multiple times. I've met hundreds and hundreds of players that I've grouped with. You might not have, but I have. This is my game. I'm here because I'm me. That's it. I'm me. I'm not saying I'm Mr. Awesome, but I've got enough time and enough experience in this game and enough knowledge from all the other games that I've played. I'm a bit of a big deal. I don't say it, but everybody else tells me. I get asked to go on raids to help other guilds kill stuff. Speaking of that, we'll be doing the raid tomorrow, so if you guys want to see the raid fight, tune in tomorrow evening. And I don't just have warriors. I've played Necro, I've played Enchanter, I've played Paladin, I've played Rogue, I've played Wizard, I've played... What else have I played? Monk. I refuse to play priests. I grew up playing priests. I won't do it again. I fell in love with tanking, and tanking is what I do. I'm afraid to roll a priest, because I'll end up playing them... I had it in my mind to roll one of every class and see how I did, but I don't think I'm going to do that. What's the unique skill for the warrior at 18? You get punish at 10. Once you hit 18, you open up the world. Once you hit 18, you can go to the Godai Fort, you can go to Manor, you can go to Halnir's Cave, you can go to Mad Run, you can jump over to Eastern Plains and go to Nightwolf Knoll. The whole game opens up at 18. You'll have all of most of your starting skills to know how your class is going to play out. You're not going to be a pro by 18. You need to get to 50. You get to 50, you'll be a pro. I've gotten to 50 multiple times. I'm a pro. I know all the spawns, I know all the secrets, I know how to handle all the mobs, I know all the abilities the mobs cast, I know how to counter them. I know when I'm grouped with certain classes, how to tank, what to wear, how to pull, where to stand. All the stuff, because I've played this game for a long time. You're not going to find another me. You'll probably find a bunch of yous, people who haven't made 50 on a warrior, but you won't find another me. I own Pantheon, but I never touched it. Basically, need to remedy that. Look, I'll say this, okay? One thing everybody has to realize, this game is still being worked on, right? It's still in development. So don't consider this game launched. Don't consider this game in any sort of 1.0 state, because it is not. So when you get in here, everything is not going to be here at the moment. However, there is more than enough content to get your asses to 50. So whether you jump in now, whether you jump in after the spring update, whether you wait 2 years, it doesn't matter. This game is going to be awesome when it launches. Period. And if you're not sure about playing the game right now, don't play the game right now. Just wait. Watch influencers, watch videos, tune into Joppa's stream. Like, do some homework, do your research, enjoy that way. But don't jump into the game because you're afraid you're going to miss out or what have you. Because then your opinion will change, you'll start to get sour and crotchety, you'll start complaining about the game, and it will affect your mood and everybody else you deal with. So don't do that. If you're not keen on the game, don't play the game. It's that simple. But this game is in development. If you're not comfortable with starting a character on Monday and then having it disappear 2 weeks later, don't jump into this game. I've been through character wipes. I've lost characters here. I'm still here. I need this game to come out. This is my jam. All the people I've met are my jam. Like, this game is phenomenal. I had no interest in Ashes. I had very little interest in Monsters and Memories until this last weekend. I don't have any interest in any of the other MMORPGs out there. I need this one to come out. I'm only on Krushnek right now. So this is my main warrior. I'm only on Krushnek right now because we're trying to help a couple of friends get their levels. That's it. Once they've got their levels, I'll be off of Krushnek and onto somebody else. I only bring Krushnek on now when people need endgame support. That's it. I play my other tunes for all the other stuff. Oh, Necromancer. That's another class I played if I didn't mention it. And I will say this, with the bonus XP turned on in the game, you still have 2.5 to 3 months of playing this game right now before the wipe. That's way more than enough time for you to get a character to level 50. So, if you're humming and hawing, stop humming and hawing and make a decision today. You either jump in or you don't. But don't dwell on it, because again, you're going to ruin your own mentality. Don't do that. You don't deserve that. But if you're humming and hawing, you're past the point of common sense. You should have made up your mind by now. I used to be like that in EQ 20 years ago. Now I have no friends left playing these games, and I don't just go social like my younger self used. There are a lot of people like that, but if you jump in the game and at least hang out with people or get into groups, you may find somebody like me who will get everybody around talking, which is what I do. All these people are talking with each other and hanging out and chilling like we're all friends because they all hung out with me. It just happens. It just happens. But this is a social MMORPG. If you go to the Steam page or you go to their website, the very first paragraph says Pantheon Rise of the Fallen is a social MMORPG. If you have a solo mentality, you do not want to play this game. Can you solo? Yes. But if you're looking to solo through the game definitively, go somewhere else. Please go somewhere else because you're not going to have a good time. And you can sit there and go, who are you to dictate if I'm going to have a good... Trust me, you're not going to have a good time. You won't. This is not that kind of game. And I'm not saying this directed at any of you. These are all general statements to everybody listening. I have a lot of people that tune into these videos afterwards, so I want them to hear it too. I'm like, what is doing damage to me? My brain is probably plagued by the modern world. I was so obsessed with EQ, and now I have a hard time keeping myself invested with Pantheon because it feels slow. That could be your experience, my friend, for sure. Definitely. But I can tell you, my playing of this game, I never feel slow. But if you've been watching, you see that we keep things active. I've run with a lot of people a lot of times for a long time, so we've gotten comfortable with the flow of the game. A lot of players haven't gotten there yet. I'm a bit of a high-level player, I guess you could say, because I've been in this game long enough. I know how these guys work that we're fighting right now. I know their abilities. I know when to focus on what mobs. Like, I have a lot of information that very few people would have, if anybody, and a lot of people don't have. And unfortunately, it can make it difficult because you could be in game getting in groups and maybe those groups don't pan out, or maybe they lead to a very poor experience. I haven't had that, ever. Except for 2 individuals. There are 2 people I hope I never group with again because, not for my sake, but they were horrible for the group. They totally destroyed the morale in both of the groups and caused the groups to split when we were doing just fine. But outside of that, I've never struggled with this game. So tonight in this group, we have a Dire Lord tanking, just to get them experience. They haven't typically tanked with me in the group. It's usually been me tanking, but I've got this awesome sword, so I'm doing the DPS, and I've asked them to tank, which is perfect experience for them. They're also learning a few things about the Dire Lord that they didn't know before. Dire Lords are ridiculous. Dire Lords and Paladins are phenomenal. I mean, the Warrior's phenomenal too, but the Warrior is a huge learning curve. Huge. There's not many of us. So I just did a search for 44 to 50. There's only 2 of us, and I don't know who this person is. There's only 2 of us. And that's because a lot of people pick up the Warrior and then put the Warrior down. Because they go on and say the Warrior is broken, the Warrior needs fixing, the Warrior doesn't play properly, the Warrior this, that, and the other thing. The Warrior's fine. I have 2 level 50s and a level 23. I leveled this tune Krushnek at the very beginning of Early Access Day 1. I leveled Crushiferous about 5 months ago when they made a change to our abilities and put everything on agility for the most part, but had no gear with agility on it. So the 12 warriors at the time that were high level stopped playing. I didn't. I spent 48 hours or 2 days trying to figure out why they had made the change that they did, and I fixed it. And I've been phenomenal ever since. And that's why I'm pretty much the only endgame warrior that plays the game. Everybody else stopped playing. But the warrior's phenomenal. Again, as I said earlier, you have to learn the class. So, that's the best thing I can give you. You have to learn the class. I like to believe I am phenomenal with the warrior. I have a lot of people who believe I am phenomenal with the warrior. So if you out there, any of you, are not phenomenal with the warrior, I would ask that you put a bit more thought into what you're doing. Because if you see me right now, almost best in slot, killing everything, you can get there. But you've got to figure out what to do to get there. And we're only talking about the warrior. We're not even talking about like the other 5 people in the group. The other 5 people in the group are great at what they're doing with their classes. We have a rogue, a dire lord, an enchanter, a druid, and a wizard. How much of a group benefit is it to have 2 warriors? So I'll tell you one thing, Rossick, and this is the honest truth. And I don't know what VOD it would be on the YouTube channel, but it would be an earlier one. So probably 7 or 8 months ago. I ran with 3 warriors in a group, and it was some of the most fun I ever had. It was fantastic. It was 3 warriors, a shaman, a rogue, and I want to say a necromancer, I think. And it was hands down some of the most fun ever. We had 3 different banners out at a time. We had Furious Howl running almost all the time except for like 10 seconds. Yeah, it was, dude, it was crazy. I've run with every type of group you can think of. I've run with 1 healer, I've run with 2 healers, I've run with 3 healers. I've run with a paladin and a warrior, a dire lord and a warrior. I've run with a paladin, a dire lord, and a warrior. I've run with 2 warriors. I've run with 3 warriors. I've run with everything. Whoops. So, I have the best sword in the game. I have the best damage dealing sword in the game, and the problem is, when it procs, it hurts me. The healer went out of mana like 20 seconds ago, so the sword proc twice and knocked me out, almost killed me. And I don't have any of the defense without a shield. So we're winging it at the moment. And now we're doing cleanup. Because the tank died. So the infamous spring wipe comes with some leveling changes. Yes, the XP curve goes down, which means it takes longer to level. Right now, the XP is doubled. So right now it's 200% XP up until the reset. So if the reset doesn't happen until May, we have 200% XP from now until May. So if you want to jump in and try the game out and level relatively quickly to try and see some content, now's the time to do it. That sword is awesome. The runes actually change. Yup. How much in your level did you get? How many times did you die? Right, and then 4 deaths would add what, another 10? With reses. So between 70 and 80. It's not bad for 3 hours. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Cool sword. The numbers are fuzzies at 1 strength or not. Oh. So the sword is 85 damage, 6 to strength, 4 to wisdom, 4 to intellect, 54 to hit rating, 54 to parry, usable by warrior, paladin, and dire lord, but also procs a fire arc. It's like a circular explosion of fire on auto attack, which is pretty cool. Why am I in Viz? Oh, okay. Alright, yeah, have a good night. Oh, cherished blade, Cindercleave? Yes. Cindercleave is the heaviest weapon in the game. No, well, see, that was the issue tonight, Phoenix. So, I'm clever enough with the warrior that when we were pulling stuff to the point where we couldn't pile it, I knew to step back 3 or 4 steps from the fight, so when the sword did proc, it only hit our active target and not the ones that are CC'd. Other warriors will probably make it a disastrous event and break all the messes in the world, but I think ahead. So the enchanters that I run with, they don't mind it, because they know that I pay attention to where I'm standing. It's what makes a good tank. You guys hang out here long enough, you might learn some stuff. Just think of this, chat. You're looking at Krushnek's inventory here. I will lose all of this. Have a good night, man. I will lose all of this when the spring update happens. And you know what? I don't care. You guys might sit there and go, there's no way. There's no way. If I had to lose all this, I'd quit the game. I get it. But I've been through this quite a few times. So I'm in it to win it. So when the reset happens, we start tank number 9. We're going to move Krushnek over to the Enclave. For those who don't know, the Enclave is the current endgame content for the game. We've offered our services to help a raid tomorrow, so we're going to be doing the raid content. So if you guys are interested in checking that out, by all means. But we're going to move this guy over there right now, so we don't have to worry about running him tomorrow. Excuse me. The raid zone is inside this entire mountain range. Well, I shouldn't say raid zone. The way to the raid is through this entire mountain range, all the way down into the belly of the world. And there's a raid zone, or another dungeon, all the way over here. A giant rock tower, stone tower, that's not accessible right now. You can't get to it. You hit an invisible wall. So there's the main entrance to what's called the Smoldering Trenches, right here. And it goes all in through here, out to the side here. The Enclave entrance is up here. And then all of this around here is the Smoldering Trench itself. There was a war that happened here a long time ago called the Deicide War, and you can find the Deicide over here. They're like elementals. They were ravaged by, I forget the event that happened here, but it spawned the Deicide War, which was a giant battle that wrecked the landscape. That's why the smolder is here. Then an individual by the name of Teldaedris mysteriously showed up. Teldaedris, or TD, or Del Taco, as I call her. That's the raid target. She showed up, she met the Ash Breathers, ash, A-S-H, and she corrupted them. That's what ended up with all this smolder here. This is all her power, I guess you could say. But all these people were corrupted, and they became ash breathers. This whole mountain area. Now this is the back entrance to Smoldering Trenches. Let's see if we can... Let me see if I can give you an aerial of Smoldering. I'm probably going to aggro that scorpion. No, we should be good. So the smolder covers all of this. This never clears up. When see, you can see right here. See that? That's the smolder. That's the world. That's the smolder. The second you cross that barrier, your vision becomes that the whole time. But that's the main entrance. You come in, you fight here. There's a camp up here to the side. There's a camp up here. This is known as Camp 2. Camp 1 is out here by the entrance. This is Camp 2. Down here is Camp 3. Over here is what's known as the ramp. Right there. There's a back ramp here that goes into the back entrance. This people have called Pride Rock, just because it's a giant rock jutting out of the ground. It's typically a safe spot to post up and not get aggro. There's an under trench as well, or a lower trench. As you're fighting through the trenches, you may find these little hidey holes. You can actually go in them, and it takes you to a lower dungeon with mobs, some cool items. It's not easy by any stretch. Then to get to the Enclave, you run past the Smoldering Trenches, and we head to what's known as the West Entrance. There's a druid out here fighting. Ogre druid, man. Never thought I'd see the day. These aren't your typical EQ ogres. The ogres in this world have like a mystic intelligence, if you read up on your lore. Now we're going to take Krushnek's route because where we don't have invis, we need to be able to bypass half a dozen enemies without getting aggro. So we're going to do Krushnek Trail. You can see everything is all smoggy. That's what we got to watch for. And then we cross over here. We watch for the aggro up there. We come to this rock. We make sure we have full endurance. By the way, for those who are unfamiliar with this game, one of the key and coolest aspects, this game isn't just built horizontally. This game is massively built vertically, meaning you might run down here with a group and get up to the Enclave and think that's all there is to it. But if your group were to climb all the way up there, you might find a bunch of mobs that most people don't know about or are rare named or something. Now, there's nothing up there, but I'm just giving you an example. When you're running through all the zones in this game, there is stuff all built vertically. You have to go find it. It's one of the coolest things about this game. You could log in on the weekend when everybody and their dog is playing, and you might know where 4 or 5 out of the way camps are, where you could take some people, or even solo, and nobody else will see you, or you'll see nobody else the rest of the day. But you have to go find it. I'm not going to tell you where they're at. And yes, I know pretty much all of the places. Most of them anyways. So this is the Enclave. This is the western entrance. This is the beginning to the end game. I'm not going to go in here because the golem down here is going to whip the ever-living tar out of me. But we are going to see, there's the smolder there. Oh, here's a cool lighting effect. So you're inside a cave or you're inside your house, you have no lights on. You wake up on a Saturday morning, you go outside. You see the light in the distance. Now, that light used to flash immediately. Like you would come out of the Enclave and bam, it would hit your eyes. And it was so unnerving. But they actually made an upgrade, a performance upgrade to their lighting, and it actually allowed the light to gradually turn up as you moved. See, it just started there. You see, it never used to be that. It used to be just all at once. Which is actually pretty cool. The lighting and the audio in this game is phenomenal. Just in case you haven't seen or heard a lot of it, the audio and the lighting is just fantastic. Now, do we have our torch on? We don't. Oh, we do. So if I take the torch off... There, see? Our lighting, our own personal lighting went away. That can be a problem. This is how it should be nighttime outside. It should be this dark. It used to be for the longest time that you had to always be looking around. You always had to be turning your head. You always had to be watching everything in front of you because at any moment something could turn, you'd see their eyes, and they would eat you for breakfast. This game used to have a scariness to it, but unfortunately, a whole lot of people out there, maybe some of you, complained too much about how scary the game was or how dark the game was, and now they've been messing with the lighting, and now at 1 o'clock in the morning outside, I can still see 5 miles away. Because you guys can't handle the dark. I don't know what to tell you, but you ruined that for me, so thank you. I used to be known as he who trips over spiders. I used to run through at night to get to Halnir's Cave in AVP, for those who know, and every time I would run across the field in AVP, it would be so dark, even with the torch, that you couldn't see like you should. If you're out in the forest at 1 a.m. in the morning, you aren't seeing nothing unless the moon's overhead. So I would run through the field for a year and a half. You'd run through the field, and all of a sudden, out of the corner of your eye, you'd see a little movement. You didn't know what it was. And then it would turn, and you would see 2 little red eyes, or 2 little red dots, or 2 little green dots. And it was like, uh-oh, that spider just saw me. And the spider's opening attack is a webbing, which locks you in place. We don't have heals as a warrior. We don't have anything defensive that would protect us. So I used to get eaten all the time. And the problem is, this one spider would call his buddy, and they would eat me, and then I'd respawn back at town, and I'd have to run all the way back over again and try and get my body. You people might sit there and go, I'm not doing that. That's ridiculous, blah, 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 blah. That was all part of the fun. Now I don't need to worry about looking for spiders because you can see everything at any time of day. I don't like it. I don't like it. I will never like it. I will never like it. It needs to go back to being dark. It needs to go back to being scary. It used to be you would sit and you would stop periodically and you would turn your camera and you would look intently and make sure, okay, there's that rock. There's usually a spider right there. Do I see him? No, I don't see anything. Okay, so what if I go over here? And then all of a sudden the spider turns around. And it's like, uh-oh, and you're dead. Now it doesn't do that anymore. So you guys ruined it for me. Just saying. I said I wasn't going to come in here, but we'll come in here. I don't know if I can... Oh, nope, there's the golem right there. You can hear him from here. Listen. He was walking away, and you could still hear him. Like the audio, dude, PVL, the guys who did the audio for this game, it's just out of the park, man. Knocked it out of the park. I want to show you guys more, but I can't. I could probably show you some of the gear we have. Let's see. So this is the best shield in the game right now for a tank that drops at the bottom of this place, the Enclave. This is called the Draconic Offering Plate. Shield use has been a little sketchy. The the past few months. Shields used to have AC on them. The AC used to factor into your total AC mitigation. However, I believe VR was looking at it and shields were a bit too strong in their mind. Now you got to keep in mind, warriors typically were the only tanks that used a shield. Every now and then you'd see a paladin with a shield, but once they got a solid two-hander, they never really went to a shield. Now, I have a paladin currently who's still using a shield because I choose to use a shield just to see how it plays out. With that said, they took the AC... I don't know if you can see it. I might have to put my torch back on. So that's the graphic there. So, as you notice at the top here, the shield doesn't have AC anymore. Now, the block rating and block value down towards the bottom, they're the last two stats before the class listing. The block rating and the block value tells you how often your block chance is going to trigger and how well your block is going to be, meaning how much damage you're going to absorb. The numbers used to be higher. Now, this is where I have a big problem with shields right now, because a shield that I can quest for at level 15 has roughly the same block value and rating as this shield, which drops off a level 48 target. Now, I don't know if they shifted all these down just as a throwaway just for the time being. I don't know if they're going to have the warrior mastery points amplify block rating or block value. I can only assume they will, but I strongly believe that these values need to be adjusted, because there's no way a shield that drops off a level 48 mob should have the exact same defensive value as a shield you can get at level 15. Now, I believe this is temporary, and I believe they're either still trying to figure something out or they figured something out. I have no idea. But anyhow, let me just show you a few of the items. So there's that one. Then there's... this is one of my favorites. This is the Brace of Claws. This is a shield that actually has... you could think of it as thorns or a damage shield on the shield. And here's the thing. It's not a chance to proc, it's when you get hit. So if I have 3 or 4 mobs beaten on me, every time they hit me, the shield's doing damage to them. Now, not as strong, stat-wise, as the shield I just showed you guys, as you can see. The block value or the block rating on this shield was 322. The one on this shield is 289. So, 40 points off, give or take. But, this has a feedback damage on it. This one does not. So there's no proc on the bigger shield, but this unique shield here, and this is the only shield type of its kind in the game. Yes, it counts as damage and threat. It's phenomenal when you can get it, if you can get it. And now that they've changed the warrior into being a shield bearer, like we have an ability, so the cornerstone ability for the warrior right now is Punish. It never used to be that. Punish is a relatively new skill. It came in like 6 months ago, or 5 or 6 months ago. They made a change around September for the warrior where they switched things over to agility and they brought in passives for the warrior. The first one you get, I think, is level 10. There's shield block. Shield prowess, level 10. So you can see it says innate. So they put this in 6 or 7 months ago, and they changed the warrior. The warrior, by design in the beginning, the warrior was supposed to be the master tactician. He was supposed to be master of the battlefield. The warrior is the only class in the game that can use every single weapon type. No other class in the game can use every weapon. The warrior can. That's the whole purpose of the warrior, was that it would allow you to use every single weapon in the game. The next closest, I believe, is the ranger. There are 3 weapons here that the ranger cannot use. I don't remember what they are. But anyhow, the warrior was supposed to be able to move around the battlefield and also do somewhat of a tanking job. However, a lot of people complained at the time that the warrior didn't have any kind of uniqueness to it, as opposed to the paladin and dire lord. I think they're full of baloney. The paladin had their ridiculous Aegis heal, and the dire lord has not only their ridiculous phantoms for threat, but they also have their essence generation, which manipulates all these funky abilities that allow them to pull health and hold aggro at the same time. The warrior didn't have anything. The warrior has taunt, which moves them automatically to the top of the hate list under all circumstances for about 3 seconds. So it's up to you in those 3 seconds to do the right thing and hope everything lands and hope that you generate your threat and hope that you keep your threat. I've played enough with the warrior. I know all the tricks. Depending on what gear I have, I know how I'm supposed to handle myself. You might not, and it might take you time to learn it because, as I mentioned earlier, the warrior is the trickiest out of the 3 tanks to learn. But if you watch me tonight, I destroy with the warrior. The warrior's fantastic. Anyhow, this shield is really nice because once you get it, it will vastly improve your holding aggro. The thing is, warriors aren't designed to hold multiple targets. Dire Lords can hold multiple targets, paladins can hold multiple targets. Warriors cannot. But warriors are supposed to be doing the most damage for what they being that they can use all the weapon types, but they should be just as effective with dual wield, two-hand, and sword and board across the board, so to speak. But they wanted to add uniqueness to the warrior because the paladin or paladins in general don't use shields and they don't have any abilities that utilize the shield, and Dire Lords can't use shields anyways, period. They decided to make the warrior the shield class. So that's why they gave us all these innates. As you level, you get 4 different innate upgrades for when you have a shield in your hand. Now, I'm getting to a point here. You may talk to warriors or read Discord posts or even your own personal opinion. You might say, I don't need a shield, I'm going to use weapons, blah, blah, blah. You're ridiculous and you're a dummy. And I'm sorry, but that's the truth. Because the warrior is now a shield class, if you are not holding a shield when you're tanking, you're losing 4 abilities to gain 1. The 1 ability is Brutal Cleave, which is down here. It is the only skill the warrior has that specifically references a weapon type, which is a 2-handed weapon. So then you get a bunch of warriors running around with a 2-handed weapon thinking they're going to be king shit with their Brutal Cleave. You're not, you're fail, you're hurting your group. Don't be dumb. The warrior's designed to have shields. As you can see, we have when I have a shield on, Brutal Cleave disappears. We come down here, we go to Hammering Blow. With a shield, you get shield block, you get shield throw or shield slam, you get Hammering Blow, and you get Punish, which is the most important ability to a warrior, which only procs off a block, which only comes from a shield. So if you're a dummy with your head up your arse and you think you're king shit and you're not going to have a shield in your hand, you lose Punish and you lose all 3 of these shield abilities. Something's wrong with you. Smarten up. Just saying. Nobody would just stop. Well, hopefully with Mastery, when you go down the Bastion line, which is what they're calling the defensive line, hopefully something amplifies threat and mitigation. We need to be able to... We don't have a heal. Paladins have a heal in combat. Dire Lords have a heal in combat that allows them to sustain long periods of time. Warriors do not. Warriors have the brain of the person playing them, and hopefully they're healers. So when the Mastery trees come out, Bastion is going to have stuff that amplifies threat and mitigation. I don't want to heal. We don't need a heal because then you're leaning more towards a paladin than anything else. But we need to be able, as the shield user, we need to be able to absorb the most amount of damage, period, above all 3 tanks. The Paladin and Dire Lord is not about soaking damage and taking 5,000 hits. It's how do they sustain their life force in combat. Warriors can't do that, so we need something. So warriors need to be the ones that take the 5,000 punches to the face. Now, will that happen? I have no idea, but I'm going to be vastly annoyed if that doesn't happen with the spring update. And I can say this, even though you guys might say something different, because you guys don't have the same experience I have with this class. You don't. You haven't got the slightest inkling of this class. I'm telling you, the Bastion tree needs to have threat and mitigation. Period. Not the Paladin, not the Dire Lord. Don't care. But if they do it so that the Paladin and or Dire Lord end up with the same mitigation as the Warrior by going down their respective defensive lines, that's lazy, and that's absolute nonsense. That's garbage. Absolute nonsense. If that is the case. Period. There's no other way around it. There's just no other way around it. Anyhow, what else do we have? What else can I show you? Oh, we have the Soot-Caked Blade, which drops from further down in the Enclave, just before the raid boss. There's a name that spawns, drops the sword. The sword is pretty interesting, because it doesn't have any primary stat increases. As you can see, there's no plus to strength or stamina, intelligence, wisdom, none of that. However, it has a high damage for the type of sword that drops. It's a one-hand sword with 33 damage. That's hard to come by. Now, if you read the lore at the bottom of the item, it makes it sound like the sword has some innate ability to be defensive. If you go down to the last line, it says, as foes strike at you, the soot swirls about, causing their blows to err, meaning the sword has something in it that would possibly make them miss. Now, I've tried to do some testing. The sword does have plus 36 to parry rating. Parry's not so much a miss, right? Parry is like a deflection, right? They attack, I bring up my sword, I knock their sword off to the side or what have you. A miss is just a plain miss. Didn't even come in contact with us. I can't say for certain if my testing turned up that the sword is beneficial in a defensive state, because I didn't see enough misses versus damage taken to warrant using the sword. So now I don't use the sword for the most part. If I'm going to use a weapon at all, it's going to be the Spear of Endless Frost. Minimal stats, it's the greatest weapon in the game for a warrior, period. You might want to write this down. That is the greatest weapon right there. It is stupid fast with the 2.4, just like the Soot-Caked Blade, but the proc on this goes off quite often, and it's for the highest amount of damage a proc can go off for, which I think is around, on a warrior sword or weapon, which is around 34 points of damage. Now, we have another one. So that's the Spear of Endless Frost. It's a phenomenal weapon. Absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal. I get it on every warrior. With that said, there's also the Ichor Scorched Partisan, which is the poison-based version of that spear. This is the cold version. This is the poison version. The thing is, the proc on this one is lower than the spear. The spear beats all for damage. When you swing this weapon and Frost Slash procs, you can see the damage that comes up. And then when you put other weapons on and do it, you can see their numbers are lower. So by far, this is my all-time favorite weapon in the game. For the warrior. What else do we have? I don't think we have anything else appearance-wise to show. No. We got some cool items, though. We got the bow off the raid target. 54 damage is just ridiculous. We got the necklace off the raid target. I've killed Tel Daedrus quite a few times. I've killed her a lot. I've killed her with a bunch of different people, but I've killed her a lot. I think I've gotten just about everything off of her, except for, I think she drops bracers that I could use. I think that's the last item I need from her, and then I'll have everything. But this is the coolest looking weapon right here. This weapon comes off of Tel Daedrus as well, and this is powered by the smolder. That crap that you saw outside, that's the essence of this blade. Strongest weapon in the game, currently. Now, I'm sure they'll have other stuff in, right? You gotta remember, we're only on one continent, and that continent's not even finished yet. We're still missing a few zones, or a few areas. We also have 2 other continents coming. So the second one's, I believe we'll see the second one at least by the summer. If we don't see it by the spring update, we'll see it by the summer. I do believe they want to bring rainfall in so they can start working on rainfall. Can you see what parry increase? Yes. So if we go to our defensive stats, parry right now with the two-hander. So the two-hander has 54 to parry. And right now we're sitting at 15.72. So then we go ahead and put on the Soot Caked. And it goes down by 1 point. Which is interesting. Because it's a one-handed sword that comes off a much easier target than Cindercleave. Also, level requirement is 5 levels different. So, either the two-hander parry value isn't high enough, or this is a really nice one-handed sword to have because the parry value is only 1% off the best weapon in the game. Now the thing is, parry doesn't help you block. Parry is not a block. So you can't say, oh, well, if you have 54 parry, can't you use the two-hander and not a shield? No, don't be dumb. The shield is the be-all for defense. Or if you have the Brace of Claws, you can do offense. I do double the offense when I'm using a one-hander and the Brace of Claws than I do if I'm using the one-hander and any other sword. But I do a lot of damage with Cindercleave if everything goes off properly. So that's why I was using Cindercleave tonight, because we had a Dire Lord in the group that was doing the tanking. So I really didn't have to worry about the tanking. Now, I pulled quite a bit of aggro because the sword does a lot of damage, but I also know how to use the warrior abilities. Again, I would consider myself a high-level warrior player. Tomorrow will be interesting. Hopefully they have enough people show up. The raid fight's pretty cool. We can't show it to you in its truest form because we have to tone our graphics down. They're working on optimizing. There's a lot of stuff that happens during the raid encounter in here, and it can lock up your computer. Whether you have a 10K computer or a $10 computer, doesn't matter. There's always a chance it could lock you up. So people typically have to readjust their graphic settings for the time being. I'm sure they'll get it tweaked and worked out down the road, but they've had to tune it down. I believe so. I believe that's how parry works, but you just don't parry enough. Like, if we look, how far back does my combat log go? Outgoing damage self. That wouldn't show it. What would it be under? Incoming? Barreling Ember Blast was... Yeah, okay, so be incoming. So if we look, so we took damage from Cindercleave. Wow, Cindercleave procced quite a bit there. Physical damage, auto attack, dealt 1 damage, fire damage. Yeah, like, see, there is no parrying here at all. And we were using the two-hander. Which is interesting, because there is parrying when I use the Soot-Caked Blade. Like, okay, let's do this. Let's go... no, I don't really want to kill something quickly, so let's go ahead and put on a regular shield. Let me go outside. These guys are Chevron, right? I think I need the dogs. Yeah, they're Chevron. Shoot. Guess if we got our horse, I could probably outrun them. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. No aggro there. Oops. Actually, he hasn't walked up here yet, so Where's our climbing spot? I don't remember. We'll have to keep going. Hope we don't get aggro. We'll get some endurance before we move. Okay, dogs are here. Alright, we have everything. Skills are up. Okay, so let's see what happens. So we're not using any abilities, we're just swinging. So there's a dodge. There's a dodge, there's a dodge, there's a dodge. There's a dodge. There's a dodge, still no parry. There's a parry right there. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Dodge. Parried. Parried. Dodged. Dodged. Parried. Dodged, dodged. Parried. Okay, so we're parrying pretty consistently there. Let's finish this guy. Now, let's go with the soot caked. Now, the proc is not going to help us with this, but hopefully, let's pick the apex because they tend to have more hit points. Parried. Dodge, 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 dodge. Well, sir. 5 dodge it. Dodged. Dodged. That's 7 dodges and 3 swings. Dodged. Proc. Parried. Parried. Dodged. Parried. Parry, dodge, dodge, parry, dodge, dodge. So I've got more parries on this dog with the two-hander than I do with the one with the shield. The one hand in the shield. Let me pull another one and watch again. Dodged. Dodge, dodge, parried. Parry chance is 15. If I put block banner up, that only affects block rating. Dodge, parried, dodged, parried. Dodged, dodged. Dodge, dodge. Well, sir, there's a lot of dodging. Do we have a dodge stat? 14%. Less than the parry. Why is it proccing so often? It's like 20 dodges to 1 parry. Okay, let me go back to the one-hander. We don't want... Oh, that's not what we wanted. We want the other sword. So just auto attack. Dodge. 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 Parried. Dodged. Dodged. Dodged, dodged. Parried, parried. Dodged, dodged, dodged. Dodged. Dodged, dodged. Yeah, see, parried. Parrying is happening like a fraction of the time. Wonder if the sword doesn't matter. So parry right now is 12. Block is up to 36. I don't know what the guy's doing just standing there, but I don't want to start pulling dogs from him. Although if he's not going to pull them... Now this is where you'll start seeing proccing. Oh, do I have spell? I have spell chat turned off. What is it? Oh. Brace of Claws. Brace of Claws, Frost Slash, Brace of Claws. Brace of Claws. Brace of Claws. Every time the mob attacks me, the shield procs. There's Frost Slash for 48. And the mob dies much faster. This is the ultimate pairing of weapons, by the way. Spear of Endless Frost with the Brace of Claws, forget it. Forget it, you're good. But the mob has to be hitting you. If you're in a group and you're not the tank, this is not what you want. You will do next to no damage. Because you need stuff to hit you. Brace. 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 Frost Slash. Brace. Brace. Now just imagine if we had a damage shield from a druid. Oh yeah, it stacks. Oh yeah. We can get some numbers running on this guy. But the wizard has a damage shield as well, and they don't stack. So it's one or the other. But it does stack with brace. So you could stand here and just be proccing. You could just be a procker. When I'm soloing, this is what I use. Well, except for Cindercleave, because Cindercleave just does wicked damage. But you have to be careful with Cindercleave, because when Cindercleave procs to do the awesome AoE, it hurts you as well. You take like 40 points of damage. As a warrior, you always want to try and put Strike of Breaking on your target. Always. To its highest level. Excuse me. $112 on the bow. This is the strongest bow in the game, by the way. There's Punish, it just procced off a block. And you kill much faster with this versus Cindercleave. If you can get the procs to go off. Look, see, just pay attention right here. See all these procs? This is the enemies on the right-hand side. The left-hand side is mine. I really wish we could have a matching appearance with armor. We have all this different looking armor because it's all best in slot from different areas, but unfortunately they don't share the same graphic. Or the same aesthetic, we'll say. Anyhow, that's going to be it for me. I got to take off, people, because it's 1 a.m. I have work in the morning. To those of you that are still here, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here. We should be live tomorrow around the usual time. I want to say around 7 p.m. Eastern. We will be raiding tomorrow evening that I know of, so if you want to check out the raid fight, whether we're successful or not, feel free to pop back tomorrow. Outside of that, you guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day, and I hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.